Gulfstream Park, their wager today, talking about the Summer Sweep Pick 5. So great way to start off the racing week and get to work with you too. So,
Yeah, buddy. Can't wait. It's going to be a wonderful week.
quick commercial break here on this starts of the week Monday edition of Wire to Wire when the pre-race show returns. A block is done. That can only mean the B block with Brian Aragoni, Racing Rachel, track announcer John Julie for us. Bye for now.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Welcome back to a Monday. Feels like we were just here. That's because we were. What a great Saturday we had here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The racing continues over the 123-day meet. Thanks to John and Rachel for kicking us off on an excellent week of racing. Kudos to our racing team. Not only do we have some very nice maiden special weight events, one that I frankly thought I was looking at Churchill maiden special weight in that seventh race. Some talented horses going to take the main stage, and then we'll be on the turf, races 4, 6, and 8. So kicking off that horseshoe hat trick and the late flyer 5 in the 4th. And everybody knows by now we've had a lot of rain here. So thankful that we are on the turf course on a fast and good turf, albeit. Let's take a look at this opener. We're scratching the 1, 5, and 7 out of this event. Despite those 3 scratches, 7 of them will still go to the starting gate. We're going to crown quite a few maidens on this Monday, and I'm going to go 2, 3, and 4 in this spot. Ultimately, had a difficult time separating, and it looks like the bettors have as well. Currently 9-5 and 6-5 respectively between Best Hat and Easy Effort. Fernando de la Cruz, Aaron West, a horse who really showed some talent maybe early on in the career, but has kind of tailed off. Last time out was the beaten favorite. They broke sharp. They sat in hand in the 3-path, came under a ride, and ultimately had no response when asked the question. And then Best Hat was a horse who kind of was the opposite, was outbroke. It wasn't necessarily in the best position, was a little bit wide, and then was lunging very late in the game, closing into it nicely. 8-1 morning line all the way down to 9-5. I know we had 3 scratches, but that's taken some early significant action for Best Hat. I'll also use the 4 in here, Jitty Go. This one goes out Evan Roman for Nickel Racing Stables, a 4-year-old filly who's lightly raced. Goes from maiden special weight down to maiden claiming with the blinkers going on, and did take some action on debut. A horse who went off at 6-1 on 11-horse field. Quite a bit of action that day on debut. Never got into it, but is lightly raced. We'll see if the Nickel gang can get their first winner of the season in here with Jitty Go in the opener. Race number 2, we're just going to key in on 2 horses in here. I am a little bit fearful of Lucky's Joy sneaking away in the front end, maybe getting brave. However, Cupid's Runaway is a win machine, 15 for 21. Albeit at the lower level claiming ranks, Randy Klopp's been able to find this 6-year-old now perfect spots, always eligible to be in these optional claimers, rarely, if ever, running for a tag over the past year or so. 15 for 21. You don't throw around Zenyatta's record very often, and I won't in here, but I will reference it because this horse is an absolute win machine. Could have won last time out. Bourbon Curiosity is an animal that many think highly of. Was actually just claimed on Saturday for $20,000. Claimed away from Miguel Angel Silva heading over to the Tim Eggleston barn. We don't see too many state breds claim for that kind of price tag very often. So Cupid's Runaway wasn't beat by a bad horse last time out. Usually takes the action. Could again today, but is also going to have to deal with John Heron's Hawkeye, a horse who's been in very good form, was kind of a late developer, actually. I kind of remember when this horse was starting off, actually debuted for a tag at maiden 15,000, was eligible for 15,000 numerous times, went through non-winners of 2, non-winners of 3 for 15,000. That was the 4, but the 5 Hawkeye just didn't get off to as slow of a start. Won at 2, and then kind of had quite a few defeats mixed in. They were eligible for a tag, non-winners of 2, late in the season back in 2024, and then really developed between that 24 and 25 season. Between 3 and 4, you hear a lot of chatter on horse racing Twitter. Horses get better with age, and due to breeding, we haven't seen that many go to the older ages, but Hawkeye is a perfect example of that. A horse who maybe they were waving the white flag on 15,000 late in the season back in 2024. I'm sure they are glad they didn't, because in 2025 they banked $100,000. So far this season, already nearly $70,000. I would expect Hawkeye will go back-to-back in that 6-figure range. 4 and 5 for yours truly, with a lot of rambling, not a lot of value for the analysis there in race number 2. Sorry about that. Race 3, here we go. 6 furlongs, state bred allowance. 3-year-old fillies, all bred in the great red state of Indiana, running for a nice purse of $41,000. This is a tough race. Had a very difficult time navigating this race. She's a roll run, has been trying 2 turns the last time, could win, but could have won in many of these races. I think She's a Whirlwind is the horse to beat in here, but does have 5 second-place finishes and needs some pace to chase. A horse who they've tried sprinting, they've tried around 2 turns, just kind of one of those animals that, regardless of the distance, has been running on, but doesn't truly want 2 turns, I don't believe. And then you get what you get when you go 6 furlongs in here. Kind of one of those frustrating horses to own, or at least that's the way I see it, because you're always running into it. You're always closing. You're always like, man, if we could just get started earlier, if we could just have another furlong. And then you go around 2 turns, and you're like, I just don't want to go that far. And so now they cut back again in here. They're probably the horse to beat, but they've been the horse to beat in the past. A horse who gets tested for a little bit of class that drew my eye was Liz's Legacy. Mitch Merle has been riding great. He celebrated a birthday as well. So this one's looking for back-to-back. Did take advantage of a dreamy trip last time out in which they broke well. They rode the rail. The rail did open up. It was like the parting of the seas. Somebody drifted out terribly, and Liz's Legacy just walked right through. You could use Woozy's Promise, Antonio Duran. He's patient with his horses. Hasn't been seen since June 22nd. Could continue to improve, but would need to jump up against winners for the first time. I'll also use Aunt Leela's Sky for Steve Fosdick. My notes on debut, this horse was incredibly fast. I didn't value the group that much overall, and they were dropping anchor that final 16th or final 100 yards. They were stopping quite rapidly, and they did stop quite rapidly on the big class jump. They're very, very fast. If they run back to that number on June 2nd, they get Brave on the front end. Maybe that horse could sneak away. And then Turbo Lady, what do you do with this one? Randy Klopp, Joe Ramos, connections you don't want to get beat by very often, but they've been at this level for some time. We'll see if they can get the job done in here off of a brief freshening. A wide open betting event for the 3rd race. And speaking of a group in here that is challenging to navigate handicapping-wise, it would be race 4. Many of you have heard me talk about that we don't bet 5-year-olds or 6-year-old maidens. I'm not sure how you would navigate this race if you did not do so. It's a challenging one at that. Interesting group in here, putting it politely, for a maiden special weight event going 1 mile on the turf. Scratch 5, 8, and 9 out of this field. Your 9-5 morning line favorite is a 6-year-old who is making start number 24. This is interesting. It's a horse that I do use, as clearly I'm only going to use 2. So mock me if you must. We are using a 6-year-old for a winless trainer that is looking for the first career victory in start number 24. As you can tell, though, the morning line maker does agree. Pork is my name. Makes some sense. Engine Soul is not 5 or 6, but is 4 and making start number 20 today for Randy Matthews, Amir Mendoza as well. There's just not a whole lot to go off of with the others. Dewey Oxberger is a horse who could win. I know Joseph Bielmer has been a little bit chilly here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, but he just had a monstrous win over at Ellis in a big upset. They took down Lush Lips yesterday at Ellis, so they got a stakes victory over there. So congratulations to Joseph Bielmer. A sign of things to come for him. We'll see if he can get Dewey Oxberger home in here, another Holden homebred. You've also got Bob Dobbs trying the turf for the first time with Keep the Twos, a horse who didn't get bet and didn't show much on debut. And then Flatwater, a horse who took a little bit of action in the Bob Dobbs race for Berger Racing Stables. The top two, though, Prayer for Victory and Unbridled Valor, really put on a show, and the firsters just did not show too much. So you do fall into and land on 1 and 7 into this spot. Your top two betting favorites combined are going to be 0 for 42, and then if you add in What You Wish, it would be about 0 for 77. So there's a lot of defeats in here, but somebody is going to exit the maiden ranks for the first time of their career, and many of them have been trying it for a while. 1 and 7 in the fourth. Kicking off that Late Fire 5 and that Horseshoe hat trick, if you use my rules, the 1 and the 2 would be eliminated. No 5-year-olds, no 6-year-olds used in maidens. I'm going to go against that today in the fourth. In the fifth race, maiden special weight event, we do have some talented maiden events today and some good groups. No scratches or changes in here. This is a race that you could easily justify going a little bit further. I kind of use the caveman ticket, which is not something that I usually do or I'm accustomed to doing. I just felt that this sequence yielded potential for getting through with the caveman ticket, so I'm going to use 5, 7, and 9 in here. There's no singles. There's nobody I'm truly leaning into, at least in this early portion of the card. I think Ships In is a horse who ran a huge effort over at Ellis, now gets some more class relief in this spot. I view it as class relief when they go from a group like Ellis at Churchill, where they're maiden claiming, but the purses are very similar. Now they go back to maiden special weight. I don't view that as a jump in class. Typically you would, but I mostly go off of purses versus necessarily the claiming versus the allowance ranks in here. Shot at Perfection is a horse who makes sense for Ian Wilkes. Victor Carrasco, him and his team have picked their spots nicely. He's winning at 25% here, but he did start out at like 0-6 or 0-7, so he's been hot as of late. Something you want to keep a note on. They'll put the blinkers on this 3-year-old filly by champion Gun Runner. And then Lady America, first-time starter, drew $180,000 at the sale back in 2024, the Keeneland sale. Bought her as a yearling back at 2024. Yellow Rose Stables, Fernando de la Cruz for Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen. Not a whole lot to go off of. They must liked what they saw, thought they had a beautiful animal, because the mare, she was winless. She retired a maiden, and the siblings, Nick's Gate is not Nick's Goat nor Arrogate, who he's by. He's 1 for 13. There's really not a lot to go off of in the breeding, but you do get our leading rider, Fernando de la Cruz, a horse who could be potential upsetter in here, could be ready to rock and roll at first asking. Anytime Fernando gets on a firster, you've got my attention, but there's just not a lot to love on breeding. So I'm interested to see Lady America down in the paddock enclosure, because she's a gray, and she drew $180,000, and I'm no bloodstock agent, and I don't claim to be, but I don't see $180,000 worth of breeding to suggest it. So I'm sure she's talented. I'm sure she's beautiful, and we'll see how beautiful she is, because we did find her valued enough to use her in our Pick 5 sequence, debuting with Lasix today. 5, 7, and 9. I know John G. Dooley's getting those steps in. We'll give him a couple of more minutes to catch his breath, make sure he's got those scratches and changes all figured out. But sit back, relax. It's a Monday afternoon at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and thankfully we're on the turf course. And my venture to guess would be we stay on that turf course all day long. Races 4, 6, and 8 on the turf, kicking off that Horseshoe hat trick. We'll begin the early Pick 5 and Late Fire 5 in the first and the fifth. The nation's lowest takeout today, 11.99% takeout. You've got 15% takeout in those rolling daily doubles, as well as the Pick 4s beginning in the second and the sixth. Plenty of opportunity to pad your bankroll for whatever you may need. But thanks for tuning in today, and best of luck.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today. Track announcer John G. Dooley with 9 races on tap. Under sunny skies, temperatures in the upper 70, low 80 degree range. Main track fast. Turf course good. Turf rail set at 36 feet to start the week off. If you have your From Gate to Glory programs near, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. 9 of them. First of the day, Made in Phillies Dash starts the 50-cent early pick 5. Top of the card, scratch 1, Lunar Sky, 5 Gone Too Far, and take out the 7, Maisie Force, Be With You. Scratch the 1, 5, and the number 7. Number 10, Lucky and Good, racing on Lasix medication. Lasix for number 10, Lucky and Good, debuts in the Made in Phillies Sprint. Seconds of the day, another sprint on the card. Take out 1, Sound Doctrine. Number 1, Sound Doctrine, has been scratched. Here are the starts of the $1 early pick 4. In the third, State Bred Sprint, all 7 run. No changes in race 3, due at 3:12. In the fourth, On the Turf. Made in Turf Mile, first leg of the 50-cent late fire 5. Scratch 5, Leo's Beetle Bomb, 8, Dottie's Blue Money, and take out the other MTO, the 9, Spike Night. Made in Turf Mile, course good, rail of 36 feet. Scratch 5, 8, and the number 9. In our fifth of the day, here in the Made in Phillies Mare Sprint, all 9 run. Number 7, Shot at Perfection, starting with a jockey change to Victor Carrasco. Victor Carrasco rides the 7, Shot at Perfection. Number 9, Lady America, will debut with leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz. Starts the card with 54 wins here this season. Fernando de la Cruz will ride number 9, Lady America. Ownership corrections. Number 2, Glamorize. Add to the ownership, Michael John Gregg. Part of the ownership for the 2, Glamorize. 7, Shot at Perfection. Note among the ownership, 6 Column Stables LLC and Gene Rice. Part of the ownership. It's Gene Rice only. In the 6th race, here in the Distaff Turf, no changes. There's the Pentafecta carryover, $7,017. So a carryover on the day. It's here in the 50-cent Grand High 5, and there it is, just over $7K. A carryover in the Pentafecta. That's on the Phillies Mares Turf. No changes. On to the 7th we go. And here's scratch number 6, Fresh Air. 9, Rockaway Beach. And take out number 13, Easy Loving. Number 14, Tough Act, draws in. Tough Act, the 14, will debut. Scratch the 6, 9, and the number 13. Number 8, Epic Fury. There's an ownership correction for Epic Fury. The ownership is Carl Wilson, disregard Mango Tree Racing. Carl Wilson, part of the ownership of 8, Epic Fury. There's no Mango Tree Racing. From the 8th race, Turf Mile, scratch number 8, Jay-Z's Last Chance. Number 8, Jay-Z's Last Chance, is out of the Turf Mile. And in the 9th, quarter horse closer over the 330 yards. Here's scratch number 3, Run Don't Walk. The Blue 3, Run Don't Walk, has been scratched. Number 1, Shining Path, a change of jockey to the quarter horse meet leader, Eduardo Luna Diaz. Has ridden 20 winners here this meet. The quarter horse leading jockey, Eduardo Luna Diaz, picks up 1, Shining Path. Overweights, the 2 Midnight Cowboy, 1, 2, 3 plus 5 pounds. 6 API Mad Dove, add 2 pounds to the weight, makes it there now 128 corrected. 7 Cowgirl Beach, add 2 pounds. And number 8, Candied Egg, 5 pounds over, scratch the 3. Top of the hour, sunny skies, upper 70, low 80s, main track fast. 9 race card, The turf course rated good. Turf rail at 36 feet to start the week off. Opening maiden filly sprint. Low 11.99% takeout on the pick fives. Starts here in 10 minutes time. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The horses called postward for the first race. Top of the card with a maiden filly sprint, a field of 7. Scratch 1 Lunar Sky, 5 Gone Too Far, and take out the 7 Maisie Force Be With You. Scratch the 1-5 at number 7. 10 Lucky and Good is on Lasix medication, the number 10, Lasix. First of the day, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Start of our rolling doubles pick 3s and the 50-cent early pick 5 start. Sunny Fast, turf course good on the turf rail at 36 feet. On parade for the maiden. 2 minutes to post time. Due in just 2 minutes time. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time for the maiden filly sprint. Starts the 50-cent early pick 5. You have less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the maiden. Starts at the 50-cent early pick 5. Hanalehi with Best Hat. Marcelino Pavioza Jr. partners One Little Conquest. Joseph Bimmer with Tap It Charm coming up to take her spot within the starting gate. Easy Effort leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz with 54 wins here this season. Here at 6 furlongs. Easy Effort right now, 4-5 on the first favorite. Evan Roman with Jitty Go. Orlando Mexico, St. Patrick's loaded, now Jitty Go coming up. $44-1 odds on St. Patra. It's 12-1 on Jitty Go waiting her turn. Now Jitty Go. Stand by one more, Lucky and Good. Debuts Amir Mendoza with 28 wins here this season. Main track fast under sunny skies to start the week. Here comes the first. They're in the gate. Away and running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. St. Patrick caught a flyer. Lucky and Good with debut speed there in the red cap for Amir Mendoza. It's Lucky and Good who's come to the forefront, making this dash toward the half-mile pole from St. Patrick right there toward her inside. So break a 3 to Tap It Charm in the white cap vying for third with One Little Conquest toward the rail. 2 clear from Best Hat, who comes up the rail with a bid. Outside her is Jitty Go, and into the hands of Fernando de la Cruz. At even money, Easy Effort trails here in the Monday opener. The quarter, there it is, 23.36 seconds. They round the far turn. And now with Orlando Mexico, St. Patra spearheads them coming toward the quarter pole. A 75-1 target as they make their way toward the top of the stretch. From Lucky and Good, who straightens away in second. From Tap It Charm, who's coming with a bid as St. Patra. And check out those odds, spins them in. Easy Effort is up into fourth from Jitty Go, Best Hat, and we trail back to One Little Conquest. Half mile, 47.68 seconds. It's St. Patra, who's hanging on by a thread. Toward the inside is Lucky and Good, who's second past the 16th. Lucky and Good inside of St. Patra as they battle. Tap It Charm and Easy Effort is too late with Amir Mendoza. Lucky and Good debuts on top from St. Patra. Easy Effort gained third, and Tap It Charm finished fourth. $114.54 after the maiden filly sprint. Fast track, 1 minute 14.54. 10-9 and then a show photo. Number 10, Lucky and Good. 6-1 first over 9, St. Patra. 75-1 on the silver medalist. It's a photo for third. Hold on until official. Amir Mendoza ringing up this his 29th victory this season. For leading trainer Gennaro Garcia. Southwest Racing Stables, Bruce Murphy, Laurie Murphy, Lucky and Good to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle. The Blue 3, Easy Effort was third at Diva Money, and Date Tap It Charm fourth. 10-9, 3-8 unofficial. Race 1 official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 10, Lucky and Good. With Amir Mendoza. Lucky and Good is a 3-year-old Dark Bay Brown filly by Good Samaritan. Out of the It's My Lucky Day mare, Lucky Fever. Racing 4, Bruce Murphy, Lori Murphy. Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated of leading trainer Gennaro Garcia. This is 42nd win of the season. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Lucky and Good right down to the maiden fillies ranks. First results in. 10-9 exacta paid $368. 50-cent trifecta, 10-9-3, $300.70. Tappa Charm was fourth. 10-cent superfecta, 10-9-3-8. Returned $352.10. In the maiden, 1, 5, and 7 were non-runners. Favorite third. 7 ran, fast track, 114.54. 21 minutes away, race 2, the starter sprint. Scratch 1, Sound Doctrine. Number 1, Sound Doctrine has been scratched. Race 2 features exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Start to the $1 early pick 4 if you're just joining. Hello, main track fast, turf course good. Turf rail at 36 feet to start the week. Post time 2:41. In all cases, if you can, please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers throughout the day early. Thank you. Coming up in a moment, our first race replay of the Maiden Filly Sprint. Hope you had a bet on Lucky and Good. Away and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Sompatra caught a flyer. Lucky and Good with debut speed there in the red cap for Amir Mendoza. It's Lucky and Good who's come to the forefront, making this dash toward the half-mile pole from Sompatra right there toward her inside. It's a break of 3 to Tapit Charm in the white cap, vying for third with one little conquest toward the rail. 2 clear from Best Hat, who comes up the rail with a bid. Outside her is Giddy Go, and into the hands of Fernando de la Cruz. At even money, Easy Effort trails here in the Monday opener. The quarter, there it is, 23.36 seconds. They round the far turn. And now with Orlando Mejica, Sompatra spearheads them coming toward the quarter pole. A 75-1 target as they make their way toward the top of the stretch. From Lucky and Good, who straightens away in second. From Tapit Charm, who's coming with a bid as Sompatra. And check out those odds, spins them in. Easy Effort is up into fourth from Giddy Go, Best Hat, and we trail back to one little conquest. Half mile, 47.68 seconds. It's Sompatra, who's hanging on by a thread. Toward the inside is Lucky and Good, who's second past the 16th. Lucky and Good inside of Sompatra as they battle. Tapit Charm and Easy Effort is too late. With Amir Mendoza, Lucky and Good debuts on top from Sompatra. Easy Effort gained third, and Tapit Charm. Horseshoe Indianapolis fans, be sure to check out our brand new gift shop. Open now, right there on the first floor, beside the program stand here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Pick up a souvenir of your day at the races. Great to have you with us. Stop in, check it out. The gift shop, open now, first floor at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
With over 200 flavor notes, every sip of Woodford Reserve Bourbon is a spectacle for the senses.
We are 8 minutes to race 2, and before I get going on this second race, we got to give a very special shout out to Mr. Mitchell Merle. Happy birthday, Mitch. I love that picture of him and my man there, Hayden. Him and Hayden share a birthday, so it should say happy birthday, Mitch and Hay. But definitely have a good day, bro. He makes some great babies, Mallory, and he's a lucky man. Look at that wife of his. She's a sweetie. So happy birthday. We're so happy that you moved your tack here, Mitch. Great addition to Indiana. We've got a 3-year-old and up starter optional claiming for $10,000 in this field. And we're going to go through some of these here. It's an interesting race. The one is out, Sound Doctrine. And I honestly had looked at this and I thought, ooh, these races are sometimes the kind of races where you can go against a favorite, but I just can't go against Hawkeye's numbers, you guys. I really can't. So I went ahead and put him on top. I remember when he first started, first started racing, I kept going after the Marvel angle here because I'm such a Marvel geek. But Hawkeye has proven to be a pretty talented guy. 12 of 17. He either gets first or he gets second. Hawkeye gets Jose Gutierrez here aboard for John Horan. John owns this one, and it was bred by Triple D Partners. He's made 17 lifetime starts, $224,000 in earnings. Him and Cupid's Runaway really have had good careers. And then I included the horse with the most earnings in this field as well as a little bit of a long shot. But Hawkeye is going the distance he likes. He's on a fast main track as well. He's coming off of a second, but the last time he won was in the William Henry Harrison with Jose, so he's got his man back. And he's been running against, CJ Storm has had some really nice winners this year. CJ Storm got second. He beat him. Gas Alley came back to win. That was the 6th place finish. He got in a little bit of trouble there. It seems like the races where he doesn't do too well, he's gotten in trouble, but he can overcome it as well. He got brushed at the start last year on the slop September 25th with Burgos up, and he ended up second, beating a neck. So it just kind of depends how the race plays out for Hawkeye. He definitely is a horse that has good early speed. He should be forwardly placed with this group. He's 6-5, but you got to take it because he's really a standout here. I'm going to go with the 4 Cupid's Runaway, 3-1. This is a 6-year-old gelding. He's been around for a while. He's ran 21 times, and he's been to the winner's circle 15 of those. He's just a very impressive guy. He really, this year in 2026, he's ran 3 times, and he's been he's lit up the board every single time. He was an even 4th on debut, a winner, and a second. He's kind of got this level on lock. And then, like I said, for a little bit of a long shot, or a lot of it since it's the longest shot on the board, the 7 Optimal Courage on the outside with William Antonjorgi. This horse is an older guy. He was claimed last time out for 5 on July 11th. He is back in today, and I just think he's too classy of a guy to leave off of here. VSOP beat him, which is the 2, so I get it, but every dog has his day, and I'm hoping Optimal Courage can sweeten it up for me, given that I have a 7-5 on top here. 5 minutes post, horses are heading to the track. Good luck.
Here they are on the track for the second race. The sprint over the 6 furlongs infield of 6. One Sound Doctrine has been scratched. Scratch the One Sound Doctrine. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3. Sprint kicks off the $1 early pick 4. 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Sprint starts the $1 early pick 4 off. Main track fast, turf course good. Turf rail set at 36 feet out there on the Caesars course. You have less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Oscar Quiros. Hanaliki with VSOP. Jose Gutierrez, Hawkeye, Lucky's Joy, both for John Herron. Lucky's Joy going in would be a double for Amir Mendoza. Joseph Biomir, J.R. Jimmy's taken his position within the starting gate. That leaves 2 back. Alberto Burgos with Cupid's Runaway. Right now, Hawkeye at 4-5, the favorite. One more, William Anton George III with Optimal Courage. Made an opener, went at 114.54 seconds of the day. All in line. Ready. And they're off. Way evenly. Fast start for Hawkeye, along with Cupid's Runaway, going for an early push. On the outside is J.R. Jimmy, and toward the inside, Lucky's Joy. The trailers are VSOP and Wide Optimal Courage out in front. It's Cupid's Runaway. Cupid's Runaway, and on the outside, Hawkeye, they're right together. Length and a half away to Lucky's Joy, who follows them from third with the white blinkers. And joining Lucky's Joy out wide is J.R. Jimmy. VSOP with the rail, 2 lengths away. Optimal Courage is last of the sextet with 56 wins between them and a touch over 3 furlongs to go. 22.75 for the lead part. Far turn run, it's Cupid's Runaway. For Alberto Burgos, Cupid's Runaway is just the leader coming toward the quarter pole with Hawkeye on the outside for Jose Gutierrez. Cupid's Runaway and Hawkeye, they take this confrontation head-to-head for home with Lucky's Joy just off them third. VSOP, J.R. Jimmy, and Optimal Courage on the front outside. Well into the stretch, half mile, 46.13 seconds. Cupid's Runaway with determination. Cupid's Runaway, Hawkeye stayed off his heels with Lucky's Joy on the outside. Then toward the rail is VSOP in fourth. It is Cupid's Runaway. Cupid's Runaway and Alberto Burgos. Cupid's Runaway. Cupid's Runaway won it by just inside a length to Hawkeye and Lucky's Joy. VSOP finished back and forth. $111.76. After the starter, sprint 4, Cupid's Runaway. At 8-5 first. The judges taking a look before posting the second and third. VSOP will be fourth. 111.76. Cupid's Runaway. Alberto Burgos for Randy Klopp. Reese Ranch's Homebred. 16th career win for Cupid's Runaway. The second choice here at 8-5. Number 5, Hawkeye at Even Money was the runner-up. 3, Lucky's Joy at 8 1/3, and 2, VSOP was fourth. Unofficial, 4-5, 3-2, hold all. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. The stewards are conducting an inquiry into the stretch run of the starter sprint. Stewards inquiry. In addition to the inquiry, there's been a rider's claim of foul. Jose Gutierrez on the unofficial runner-up, number 5, Hawkeye. The rider of Hawkeye has claimed foul against Alberto Burgos on the unofficial winner for Cubit's runaway, alleging interference in the stretch run, and that is the focal point of the steward's inquiry. It's unofficial. Hold all tickets. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The stewards have made a disqualification. Number 4, Cupid's Runaway, has been disqualified from first and placed second for coming out in the stretch run and hampering the progress of 5, Hawkeye. After an inquiry and the jockey's objection has been upheld, number 4, Cupid's Runaway, disqualified from first to second for coming out, shifting into the path of the 5, Hawkeye, costing that rival the win. They've made a reversal. Number 5, Hawkeye, has been placed first. Number 4, Cupid's Runaway, disqualified from first and placed second for stretch run interference with Hawkeye. 3, Lucky's Joy third, and 2, Vsop was fourth. It's now 5-4, 3-2 the placings. Getting the stretch run of the starter sprint. Number 4, Cupid's Runaway, and the red and black halves here shifting out to the path held by number 5, Hawkeye, costing Hawkeye the ultimate victory, and thus the stewards upheld the jockey's objection after an inquiry. They placed number 5, Hawkeye, in front of the 4, Cupid's Runaway, official. The now 5-4 exacta, paid $8.20. 50-cent trifecta, 5-4-3, $10.95. 10 and 5 will be the early double, combining Lucky and Good with placed first Hawkeye. 44.40, Vsop fourth. 10-cent superfecta, 5-4-3-2, paid $4.83. In the starter sprint, the 1 was a non-starter. Favorite, Hawkeye, placed first. 6 ran, 111.76. Revised post-time race 3. In the next sprint, no changes, all 7 run. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. New post-time of 3:19. Ready. And they're off. Way evenly. Fast start for Hawkeye, along with Cupid's Runaway, going for an early push. On the outside is JR Jimmy, and toward the inside, Lucky's Joy. The trailers are Vsop and Wide Optimal Courage out in front. It's Cupid's Runaway. Cupid's Runaway, and on the outside, Hawkeye, they're right together. Length and a half away to Lucky's Joy, who follows them from third with the white blinkers. And joining Lucky's Joy out wide is JR Jimmy. Vsop with the rail, 2 lengths away. Optimal Courage is last of the sextet with 56 wins between them and a touch over 3 furlongs to go. 22.75 for the lead part. Far turn run, it's Cupid's Runaway. For Alberto Burgos, Cupid's Runaway is just the leader coming toward the quarter pole with Hawkeye on the outside for Jose Gutierrez. Cupid's Runaway and Hawkeye, they take this confrontation head-to-head for home with Lucky's Joy just off them third. Vsop, JR Jimmy, and Optimal Courage on the front outside. Well into the stretch, half mile, 46.13 seconds. Cupid's Runaway with determination. Cupid's Runaway, Hawkeye stayed off his heels with Lucky's Joy on the outside. Then toward the rail is Vsop in fourth. It is Cupid's Runaway. Cupid's Runaway and Alberto Burgos. Cupid's Runaway. Cupid's Runaway won it by just inside a length to Hawkeye and Lucky's Joy. Vsop finished back and forth. Ready.
We have a very special day of racing this Saturday. It is August 29th, and we're going to have an all-quarter horse card. Not only are we going to have an amazing early race day like we do normally, we're also going to have Miss Martha Clausen out here covering our races. Can't wait to have her back. And we're also going to have Mr. Superstar Los Ponies himself, good friend of mine, Jose Contreras, is going to be covering a few of our races this Saturday as well. 10:45 a.m. we have the QHRAI Stallion Service Auction Futurity. That's why I get paid the big bucks right there, guys. I got to read that all the time. More than $500,000 in stakes. Purses are up for grabs on the day. Join us this Saturday for our all-quarter horse stakes day. Good luck. 9 minutes to the third race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And this one is part of our NYRA Summer Series that we're going to have today. It's a couple of races here and a couple of races from NYRA. It's the Gulfstream Park. I'm sorry, not the NYRA. The Gulfstream Park Summer Sweet Pick 5. I've been so used to the Thursdays Pick 5, but we're doing a very similar thing with Gulfstream Park. And it starts with race 6 from them, and then our races 3 and 4. And definitely excited to get into this one as it is part of that series. Talked to Steve Bick on there. We had some success on our stakes day as well that we had Saturday, our makeup day with us on horses together. I mentioned one that he liked, and he ended up saying he liked it as well, which is my horse in my third spot. But let's start with my top selection, which is the 7 in here. This is an Indiana sired 3-year-old and up filly and mare allowance, and they're going to go 6 furlongs on the dirt. The 7, she's a whirlwind, is my top selection. Right now, What's Promise is the favorite, the number 1. But I'm going to go with Rodney Prescott and Tony Duran. Tony and Katie have had some nice winners recently. He had this last week, he had a really nice one as well. So keep your eye on him. Also, flying under the radar, Tony has quality over quantity. He's ran 61 so far, which is still a lot. Don't get me wrong, but Bob, has ran 100 and Klopp's run 200. He has such nice horses. Out of those 61 starts, he's 20% win clip, 43% in the money. It's just a textbook good percentage. He has had this horse in a couple of races. June, nice second. July, nice second. And then ran at the end of July 29th in an allowance, but went 2 turns. Didn't like that. I think they were going to try it again because they've tried him 2 turns on the turf. She didn't seem to like that. I'd be interested to see what she would do sprinting on the grass. Would be interesting for me, but she definitely does not like 2 turns. So she's getting back to sprint distance. When he moves them up and down in distance, he has a really nice percentage of 25. I think sometimes he does that because, a horse goes around 2 times and then you put him back on the track and they're running like they're going to have to go that 2 turns and then boom, race is over. Tricked him. He's returning to his sprint, as I said, and he's been hot. 5 starts and 2 winners in there, the ones that I was telling you that he had last week. And then I'm going to go with the 2, Liz's Legacy. I just have a feeling Liz's Legacy is going to run really well today. It's a 4-year-old filly by our top sire, Unbridled Express. Birthday boy Mitchell Merle gets them out, and I'm telling you guys, he's ridden this one the last 2 times, the last 2 outs. So July 10th, claiming for 15 was second, and then they won together on July 30th. That was as the favorite. He got DQ'd in here in one of these, but this last win was just wonderful. Now, he is getting back to allowance, but there's been a nice second in this kind of class last year. Had a couple of seconds and a win in these kind of races. So broke the maiden and then went into a competitive race like this and was right there with the best of them. So I felt like Liz's Legacy might get ignored a little bit, but not the case at 7-2 I'll take. And now my 7's the favorite. Now let's talk about Steve and I's selection, which is the 6, a long shot Grand Ariat. Jose Gutierrez looking for a win. 2 in a row would be the case here if he could pull this off. This is a 3-year-old filly by Skylord. Chaz Recchi trains, hiding from me behind the pole there, so now you guys get to look at me instead of the horse. But making it only its 4th lifetime start, and all 3 have been successful races that this horse has ran. A win in 2 seconds. So finally breaking the maiden. Very interesting to see what it's going to do first time with winners. Obviously, it's a step up, and the numbers aren't as good. Now, like I said earlier to Steve, has she just not shown us what she can do because she's lightly raced and not as experienced as some of these, or is that speed figure the best that she can do? I guess we're going to find out today, and we're going to put her to the test. Second off the layoff, Chaz is 23%. And also has nice early speed and should be forwardly placed. They're heading to the track right now. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track for the 3rd race. Distaff dash here over the 6 furlongs. A field of 7, all 7 run. No changes. Here are the fillies. Race 3 features exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Fast track. 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes now to the off. We're less than 1 minute away from post time for the Phillies sprint. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading Santos Sanjor. Wosie's Promise, Like She's a Whirlwind, both for Tony Duran. Joe Ramos, Turbo Lady coming up. First two in. All 7 run. Alexander Crispin, Consequences, like Turbo Lady, both for Randy Klopp. Mitch Merle, Liz's Legacy loaded. Now Grand Ariat. Jose Gutierrez riding for a double after Hawkeye was placed first in the starter sprint. Here over the 6 furlongs fast track. Just a couple to back. Irving Moncada with Aunt Layla Sky. Right now she's a Whirlwind 2-1 favorite. 3-1 Liz's Legacy and loading and Layla Sky. One more. Rodney Prescott with She's a Whirlwind. This part of the Summer Sweep Pick 5 with Gulfstream Park. Good afternoon. They're in the gate. And they're off. So after being fractious in the gate, Grand Ariat fast away with Aunt Layla Sky, and toward the inside, here's Wosie's Promise adding pep to the pace. It's Aunt Layla Sky, who just leads for Irving Moncada, making this dash to the first furlong and a half with Wosie's Promise pursuing by 3. Then comes Liz's Legacy just in third after a sharp start. Grand Ariat fourth on the far outside has a red cap. To the inside, Liz's Legacy running in fifth at the 3.5. Consequences between horses and wide from post 7. She's a Whirlwind is last of the septet. Fast pace on. Quarter 21.73, just inside 3 to go. And they're aiming for Aunt Layla Sky. And Layla Sky's thrown down the gauntlet and has built up a 6-length lead as these fillies come past the quarter pole from Liz's Legacy, launching a bit of the white blinkers. With to the inside, Wosie's Promise in a purple cap. Liz's Legacy, Consequences between fillies. Grand Ariat's raced wide and She's a Whirlwind has trailed. And Layla Sky has led. Half mile 6 ticks over 46. And they just swallowed up Aunt Layla Sky just like that. Liz's Legacy gets a rail run for Mitchell Morrow with Turbo Lady for Joe Ramos on the outside. Liz's Legacy is close to home, and Liz's Legacy lands it from Turbo Lady by 3. She's a Whirlwind finished third, and fourth was close as Consequences joined Wosie's Promise at the finish. .113.52 after the Phillies sprint. 113.52 unofficial. 2-4-7 and then a photo. 2 Liz's Legacy 2-1 first. 4 Turbo Lady 8-1 second. Number 7 She's a Whirlwind 9-5 third. One of the Tony Duran 2 for Rancho Monarca. There's She's a Whirlwind ran on into the trifecta. Now fourth is a photo. Bunch finish for fourth. Stand by for that. Close as Consequences joined Wosie's Promise, and Layla Sky was between them. We trailed back to Grand Ariat, 113.52. Liz's Legacy wins back-to-back. Mass Thoroughbreds, Bob Gorham, and it's a happy birthday to Mitchell Murrell. The judges have posted after a photo number 5 Consequences getting into the frame. 2-4-7 and 5 Consequences was fourth. And the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, the 2 Liz's Legacy. Happy birthday, Mitch. Liz's Legacy, 4-year-old Chestnut filly by Unbridled Express. The Pollard's Vision Mare Fancy Pants. Back-to-back winner for Bob Gorham, Mass Thoroughbreds Henry Mast. Bet Mitch, get 2-1. The second choice in the Phillies Dash. Race 3 official. $2-4 exact to pay $39.80. Liz's Legacy capped off the first pick 3 of the day for $37.70. 50-cent trifecta, 2-4-7, $18.40. 5-2 double, $23.40. Consequences, fourth after a photo. 10-cent superfecta, 2-4-7-5, netted $18.88. All 7 ran. Phillies sprint feature of the day, 113.52. Race 4 is next on the docket. 25 minutes away, and the turf course is good. Turf rail of 36 feet and the maiden turf mile. Scratch 5, Leo's Beetle Bomb. Take out the 8, Dottie's Blue Money, and scratch 9, Spite Night. Scratch the 5, 8, and the other MTO, that's the number 9. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. The maiden turf mile starts another rolling double. 50-cent pick 3. Races 4, 5, and 6. Start to the 50-cent late fire 5. Low 11.99% takeout on the pick 5s here all season long. There's no carryover. Maiden turf mile is the first leg of the featured $1 horseshoe hat trick, all turf pick 3. Sunny, and the course is good. Rail of 36 feet. Post time, 3:53.
and they're off. So after being fractious in the gate, Grand Ariat fast away with Layla Sky and toward the inside. Here's Wosie's Promise adding pep to the pace. It's Layla Sky, who just leads for Irving Moncada, making this dash to the first furlong and a half with Wosie's Promise pursuing by 3. Then comes Liz's Legacy just in third after a sharp start. Grand Ariat fourth on the far outside has a red cap. To the inside, Liz's Legacy running in fifth at the 3.5. Consequences between horses and wide from post 7. She's a Whirlwind is last of the septet. Fast pace on. Quarter 21.73, just inside 3 to go. And they're aiming for Layla Sky. And Layla Sky's thrown down the gauntlet and has built up a 6-length lead as these fillies come past the quarter pole from Liz's Legacy, launching a bit of the white blinkers. With to the inside, Wosie's Promise in a purple cap. Liz's Legacy, consequences between fillies. Grand Ariat's raced wide, and She's a Whirlwind has trailed. And Layla Sky has led. Half mile, 6 ticks over 46. And they just swallowed up Aunt Layla Sky just like that. Liz's Legacy gets a rail run for Mitchell Morrow with Turbo Lady for Joe Ramos on the outside. Liz's Legacy is close to home, and Liz's Legacy lands it from Turbo Lady by 3. She's a Whirlwind finished third, and fourth was close as Consequences joined Wosie's.
Anna, I've seen you interact with middles, but tell us a little bit about how JR Shadow Boy is with you.
I do not get on Shadow Boy the same way I get on middles. Middles is quite a special case in a good way. I have learned her like the back of my hand, and so we just like to keep her routine consistent, and so that's what we do. Shadow Boy, on the other hand, is all boy with no kahunas, and pretty much gets along with everybody that gets on him in the barn. He's very playful. As he has gotten deeper into his racing career, he kind of knows that he's hot stuff at this point. It's been cool to watch his personality kind of explode. He used to be really calm and sweet, not quiet, but very respectful. He can be very pushy now.
Yeah, I feel like he's gotten more confident.
Very
like before
much
he was
so.
A little bit more like, what's going on?
Yes, very, very confident, but in the best way possible.
How does it feel to be like the jockey named on two of the best horses we have this year?
Incredible. Everybody always says that the hard work will pay off eventually. It is so cool to finally see it unfold, and on both sides of it too. Not only do I have a boy and a girl that are easily the best of the bunch, but also they have completely different running styles. So they are the same but completely opposite in both ways, and it's honestly such an honor.
Two in a row for Liz's Legacy. Gets a ground-saving journey in there. And don't look now, but Liz's Legacy quickly going through those conditions. Mitch Merle gets a birthday victory as they go back-to-back in there. 640 returned for Liz's Legacy. Let's move along to the Late Fire 5, the lowest takeout offered today in the entire country. And that Late Fire 5, 11.99% takeout. We also kick off the Horseshoe Hat Trick. $1 minimum Horseshoe Hat Trick. You have to get all 3 races on the turf right. 4, 6, and 8. Our even race is going to be on that good turf course with the rail setting at 36 feet. Let's take a look at this field. After scratching the 5, 8, and 9 out of this field, it's potentially possible that we will be crowning, yes, a 6-year-old as a maiden no more. This isn't your average 6-year-old, though. Rarely in for a tag. Not in for a tag today. Not very often do you see 6 years old still looking for their first victory and start number 24. But that is what we have today. This goes against all my handicapping angles. Also goes against my routine belief that we don't bet 5-year-olds, let alone 6-year-olds, that are still maidens. But with the scratches, this is how the race shakes out. Pork is my name. Should be fresh in here. Doesn't get a whole lot of pace to chase, which could be a problem. This is a horse who routinely makes 1 run and 1 run late, yet to be timed to perfection. But Santos Sanger almost did it here on May 2nd earlier this year, in which a lot of horses had a lot of trouble. Vienna Charm won that day and won again. Pork is my name. Despite the record, despite the age, has routinely taken some action. In fact, has been favored in the past. The last 2 starts went off at nearly 5-1 as well as 3-1. So usually takes some action. Is doing so again today, 2-1 on the board. We'll see if start number 24 is the lucky one for the elder statesman in here. The 7 Engine Soul making start number 20. That's kind of how these races shaped up today, or at least this race for the maiden special weight event. Randy Matthews brings this 4-year-old gelding by Europe on to the racetrack for the 20th start. You would guess that Santos Sanger likely had a choice between the 2. He rode both of them last time out. He did opt to go to the inside runner versus the younger 4-year-old in here. We'll see if Engine Soul gets the job done. Maybe a horse who can be a little bit tactical or more tactical than your inside runner might be able to be quite a bit closer. I couldn't overlook that June 24th race. They got a perfect trip with Alberto Burgos aboard, hit the lead, and as soon as they hit the lead, they kind of just stopped. They've done that in the past as well on May 2nd. They had a great ride. They skimmed the rail all the way around. Burgos put this horse on the lead and ultimately allowed Vienna Charm to fight back. Now, Vienna Charm's gone on to do some decent things since then, which is a good sign, and they were well clear of Pork is my name. But I don't like a horse that you kind of have to hit the wire right at the right time to get the victory, and that seems to be the case in here. They've had the lead in the past. They give it back. They like to run with the pack, and Amir Mendoza is going to have to time it perfectly in order to get Engine Soul out of the maiden ranks. But let's take a look at this Late Fire 5 in here. Taking a look at this group, you've got a 4-year-old, 5-year-old, and 6-year-old all looking for their first career victory with this Late Fire 5. We kick it off on the turf. Moving along to race number 5, this a very talented group in the 5th race. I think Shot at Perfection along with Lady America, and then you've also got Ships In. Some of these maiden special weights on the back half of the card are uber talented. They are going to be some good animals. You got horses that are shipping in from $110,000, $120,000 maiden special weight events in the past. Also, $1 million runner in Glamorize, who debuted for Chad Brown, now under the guidance of Brad Cox. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. going to be aboard. The $1 million filly by Maxfield for Glamorize will go deep in race 5, kicking off today's Itoba pick 4. A little bit light in the 6th race. This is going to be the second leg of that Horseshoe Hat Trick, amount of 16th in here. No scratches or changes using both the 3 as well as the 6. Bijou Baby, 6-time winner, making start number 35 for this 6-year-old. Manny Esquivel brings his talents and services here to Horseshoe Indianapolis. He's winning at nearly 30% when he's come. He's been very good. Violetta M is a horse who has a ton of back class, 9 wins over across seas since shipping to the United States. Hasn't been all that rewarding, has found the water significantly deeper. Did actually run in a Breeders' Cup race, though, the Grade 3 Goldacova at Del Mar after shipping over, and they went off at a huge price. Since then, they've gotten some class relief, haven't really got the results. If this mare is going to win again, it's likely today Otherwise, she might be finding herself on the do not use category since she had 9 wins before she came overseas, and since then she hasn't returned to the winner's circle. I think she's intriguing today, though. Race 7 going to be the single. What do you like in a first-time starter going 5.5 furlongs, a 2-year-old breaking from post 11? Well, I do like that Mitch Miro's aboard. I like this 2-year-old filly by Munnings. The mare, she was good. She won her only start, and she did so at Keeneland going 7 furlongs. That's challenging. I typically do not like first foals, but when the mare won her lone race, this is the first foal, and Eddie Keneally, for a horse who I'm fortunate to be able to watch some of those workouts. I think Squetty is going to be tough in here. This horse maybe not needs the lead, but does have some good early speed, I believe. They only saw a need to go to the starting gate one time, and it was a bullet workout at the starting gate. Hasn't been back since, but hasn't really been asked in these workouts. I think this horse could be legitimate in here. We'll see if Squetty can get the single home. But the Riders getting the leg up. A field set to go onto the turf course for the first time on a Monday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis as we kick off the Late Fire 5 minutes from now.
All eyes focused on Horseshoe Indianapolis today. Stepping on. So the horses called postward for the 4th race. The 4th of 9, and the first of those today, Cardiff for the turf course rated good. Out there on the Caesars course, the portable rail set at 36 feet to start the week. Here the maiden turf mile, a field of 6. Scratch the 5, Leo's Beetle Bomb, 8, Dottie's Blue Money, and 9, Spike Night, the other MTO. Course good, scratch the 5, 8, and the number 9. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, double pick 3. Here the start, the 50-cent Late Fire 5, low 11.99% takeout on the pick 5s here all season long. This is the first leg of the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3 featured. 2 minutes to post time. Do it 3:53. That's in 2 minutes time. Less than 1 minute away from post time. Here the start of the 50-cent late fire 5 and the $1 horseshoe hat trick all turf pick 3. For the first time today, crossing over to the Caesars course. Maidens on final approach for the mile start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. With Evan Roman, Flatwater, first to take his position within the starting gate, loading up at the mile. Sando Sanjor, Porky is my name, has joined Flatwater. Rodney Prescott with Keep the Twos. Hannah Leahy, What You Wished. Joseph Bilmer, Dewey Oxberger, Like What You Wished, both for Jane Holden. One more. Engine Soul, Amir Mendoza won the opener. Course good, ran 36 feet. They're in the gate. They're off. What You Wished was a bit slow to go as Flatwater crossed over. Right there between horses, Keep the Twos, an early bid, and Dewey Oxberger is up with these leaders as they make their way toward the first turn. So securing the front with Rodney Prescott, it's Keep the Twos, who leads a close-up. Dewey Oxberger out to the stretch. Porky is my name joins on the outside Flatwater as they enter the first turn. Engine Soul and the mare in their midst. What You Wished has drifted back toward last, and there's no early pace on. Keep the Twos afforded a very easy early lead. The first 2 furlongs of the turf mile covered in 25.34 seconds. They crawl up the back. It's Keep the Twos who dictates terms to Dewey Oxberger, who's second on the outside for Joseph Bilmer, and right up there with the early pace, and there's no early pace on. They're tracked by Flatwater in the black cap. Porky is my name. Stays rooted to the rail there at 36 feet with Engine Soul between horses, and What You Wish looking to take a wider angle of attack. Keep the Twos, half mile, 52.45 seconds. It's Keep the Twos engaged by Dewey Oxberger. And these two now start to quicken up as they make this far turn run. And then Engine Soul looks to draw in now for Amir Mendoza, and Engine Soul is starting to gain ground as they come past the quarter pole. With Flatwater, What You Wished on the far outside, Dewey Oxberger leads as they make the swing, and Porky is my name. Dewey Oxberger in front after 3 quarters. Good turf, 1 minute 18.44 seconds. Dewey Oxberger just clings on. Engine Soul driven up the inside now. It's Engine Soul for Amir Mendoza and Dewey Oxberger. They're coming up toward the finish. Dewey Oxberger out to the maiden ranks. That's a fact, Jack. The Ox gets it over Engine Soul. Porky is my name third, and Flatwater finished fourth. Six, seven, then a show photo. 143.82 after the maiden turf. 143.82. 6, Dewey Oxberger. At 5-2 was first. Number 7, Engine Soul in his 20th run at 5-2, the runner-up. 1, Porky is my name. 6-5, home third in the maiden, making his 24th career start. And 3, Flatwater at 9-1 fourth. There's Ox. Dewey Oxberger. Joseph Bilmer for Jay Holden and Holden Racing on Maiden No More. The fourth race official in the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle, Dewey Oxburger with Joseph Bimmer. Ox is a 4-year-old dark bay brown gelding by Dowsing. Out of the Woodman mare, Kaylee Shea, Jay Holden. Trains for Holden Racing LLP. Bred here in the Hoosier State by the owners. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Dewey Oxburger. Earned his stripes. $6-7 exacta paid $22.20. The 50-cent trifecta, 6-7-1 on the trifecta. Pick 3 capped off by Ox, paid $26.55. The trifecta, Porky is my name, was third in the maiden. $9.30, 2 6 double 63.20 and the 10-cent superfecta. 6-7-1-3 netted $6.32. 6 face starter Oscar Quiros in the maiden, 143.82. 22 minutes away, race 5 in the maiden sprint. There are no scratches. Number 7, Shot at Perfection, the jockey Victor Carrasco rides 7, Shot at Perfection. 9, Lady America, the jockey Fernando de la Cruz leads the meet. Fernando de la Cruz is on 9, Lady America. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 and starts to the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. Post time, 4:25. They're off. What You Wished was a bit slow to go as Flatwater crossed over. Right there between horses, Keep the Twos, an early bid, and Dewey Oxburger is up with these leaders as they make their way toward the first turn. So securing the front with Rodney Prescott, it's Keep the Twos, who leads a close-up Dewey Oxburger out to the stretch. Porky Is My Name joins on the outside Flatwater as they enter the first turn. Engine Soul and the mare in their midst. What You Wished has drifted back toward last, and there's no early pace on. Keep the Twos afforded a very easy early lead. The first 2 furlongs of the turf mile covered in 25.34 seconds. They crawl up the back. It's Keep the Twos who dictates terms to Dewey Oxburger, who's second on the outside for Joseph Bimmer, and right up there with the early pace, and there's no early pace on. They're tracked by Flatwater in the black cap. Porky Is My Name stays rooted to the rail there at 36 feet with Engine Soul between horses, and What You Wish looking to take a wider angle of attack. Keep the Twos, half mile, 52.45 seconds. It's Keep the Twos engaged by Dewey Oxburger, and these two now start to quicken up as they make this far turn run. And then Engine Soul looks to draw in now for Amir Mendoza, and Engine Soul is starting to gain ground as they come past the quarter pole. With Flatwater, What You Wished on the far outside, Dewey Oxburger leads as they make the swing, and Porky Is My Name. Dewey Oxburger in front after 3 quarters. Good turf, 1 minute 18.44 seconds. Dewey Oxburger just clings on. Engine Soul driven up the inside now. It's Engine Soul for Amir Mendoza and Dewey Oxburger. They're coming up toward the finish. Dewey Oxburger out to the maiden ranks. That's a fact, Jack. The Ox gets it over Engine Soul. Porky Is My Name third, and Flatwater finished fourth.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the $1 Itoba Pick 4 for Horseshoe, Indiana. I am FBG Dan Cronin from Fat Ball Guy Racing. We are ready to go. We are pumped to be doing this every day now. This is going to be great. The fans have demanded me. I'm just kidding. All right. Ships in the 5 here for Mitch Morrell. Get rich betting Mitch. I almost singled this horse. I really did. I like this horse a lot. The numbers are going in the right direction for Greg Foley. The horse fits here like a glove, second off the layoff. Again, smaller players, you might be able to single right here with the 5 Ships in. I ultimately decided to add Shot at Perfection. The 7, the blinkers go on for Ian Wilkes and Carrasco, and the first-time starter on the outside for Steve Asmussen, the 9, Lady America. I added that one because she gets Dela Cruz. She's got a perfect outside post. The work 3 back at Turfway was really fast, 47-2. So I just added those 3. Now, here's the horse I like best all day long. Mile and a 16th on the turf, a good allowance race. Bijou Baby for my friend Jamie Grubbs. We get Esquivel. Manny's riding like a superstar lately. If you watch the stretch run, I hope we got time to show this, the stretch run of her last race. She was light years the best horse. I mean light years. A clean trip today. She's going to win. That's my single, 7-2. Please let me get 7-2. I'll be betting straight with this hand and this hand. Now we go to the 7th race. Wide open race. Bigger players, I would hit the all button. Smaller players, we all got to make choices. Mile and 16th on the grass. I'm going to use a ton. The 3, Prank It Dawn for Brad Cox, is my top pick. Then we got the 8, Epic Fury. The 10, Squatty. For Eddie Keneally sends out good horses, so you always got to watch Eddie Keneally. He's got the 11. And then Marood Tide, the 12 for John Ennis. And drawing in on the also eligibles, Tough Act, the 14 for Vicky Oliver. So we have added the 14 because we got to stay in budget. Remember that. We always got to stay in budget. I know we've missed a couple. The smaller players, like we get to the last leg, we missed. This is horrible. Bigger players can add horses. Smaller players got to make decisions. It's just the way it is. We're staying in budget. So in this last leg, a mile on the turf, 12-5 claimer, lead the way. The 1 is my upset selection as the top pick. Second off the layoff, dropping in class for Gorman. Really good, solid trainer. Sanjor takes the mount. That inside post could be the difference. 8-1 is way too high. And then Chiote, the 2, 10-1. The 3 horse is 8-1. Then we got the 6, Storm Bay is probably going to go favorite. And Lady Blake is probably going to be in that 4-1 area. So we are 5, 7, 9 with 3, with 3, 8, 10, 11, 12, 14 with 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. So Bijou Baby is a straight bet also. Do not forget about that one. We're hoping that Manny Esquivel, as they turn for home, can get a clean trip. And what are we yelling, guys? Don't fall off.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 5th race. Made in Philly Sprint, all 9 run over the 6 furlongs fast track. Note Victor Carrasco rides 7 Shot at Perfection. 9 Lady America, a change to Fernando de la Cruz. Rides 9 Lady America. 2 Glamorize, add to the ownership Michael John Gregg. Added to the ownership of 2 Glamorize. 7 Shot at Perfection. Among the ownership, it's Gene Rice. All 9 run, exacta trifecta superfecta, double pick 3. Made in Phillies Dash starts the $1 Itobo late pick 4. 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes. Less than 1 minute away from post time for the maiden filly sprint. This is the start to the $1 Itobo late pick 4. If you're just joining, main track fast under sunny skies, turf course rated good. Turf rail at 36 feet. You have less than 1 minute making their way. Not much time to make your choices for the $1 Itobo late pick 4. Starts here. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Gabriel Saez with Magic Woman. Ships in. Mitchell Murrell has a birthday win on the card. Ships in has joined Magic Woman. Now Marcelino Pathosa Jr. Glamorize. 4-1 on Glamorize. Jaime Torres with Ibis. Martin Garcia, Aunt Cheryl loading up. Victor Carrasco and 9-time started Shot at Perfection drew 7. Rhapsody in Blue would be a double for Joseph Bimmer. Fast Track here over the 6. Just a couple of back. Santos Sandro with Holly Hetty. One more. First time starter Lady America. Fernando de la Cruz for Steve Asmussen, a Hall of Famer in Yellow Rose Stables. They're in the gate. And they're off. Ships in, broke fast. Not so much so Holly Hetty. Holly Hetty awkwardly away and has drifted back to be a long-looking last. It ships in. Rockets right into action for Mitchell Murrell. Ships in, opens up an early advantage on the outside. Ibis is vying for second with Glamorize toward the rail. They're 2 clear from Rhapsody in Blue through into 4th. The newcomer, Lady America, 5th, going past the half-mile pole. Shot at Perfection racing in 6th as they enter the far turn with the rail Magic Woman on the outside, Aunt Cheryl, and awkwardly starting, Holly Hetty trails the maiden filly sprint. The quarter was 22.44. Ships in. Ships in around the far turn coming toward the quarter pole. Glamorize right there with Ibis in the 3-path. As they make their way toward the top of the stretch. Rhapsody in Blue, Magic Woman with the rail and then detached. Shot at Perfection straightens away in 6th. Lady America, Aunt Cheryl, and Holly Hetty has yet to pick up. It ships in with Mitchell Murrell. Set sail for the final furlong. Half mile, 45.85 seconds. Ships in. Staring at one more 16th. Has a 2-length buffer zone over a game Magic Woman who's trying to narrow the margin. Rhapsody in Blue will be 3rd best with Mitchell Murrell. Ships in, scores, and holds Magic Woman. Rhapsody in Blue 3rd and Glamorize edged out Ibis for 4th. .11.16 seconds after the maiden filly's dash. 111.16, 51425 ships in. 3-5 gets the result over 1 Magic Woman. 7-1 on the runner-up. 4 Rhapsody in Blue at 29-1 third with Joseph Bielmer. 2 Glamorize, the daughter of Maxfield, 9-2 fourth with Marcelino Pedroza Jr. And Ibis 5th under Jaime Torres' hands. 5-1, 4-2, and the 6. 111.16. couple of more candles on the cake today for Mitchell Murrell. A birthday celebration here for Greg Foley. And the Donnemeyer Farm ships in a bridesmaid no more. Race 5 official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 5 ships in. Couple of candles on the Monday birthday card for Mitchell Murrell. Ships in is a 3-year-old bay filly by Midshipman out of the Broken Vow Mare, Northern Michigan. Craig Foley trains the Donnemeyer Farm, Kentucky homebred. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the connections of Ships In, sailed out to the maiden ranks. 5-1 exacta paid $14.20. The 10-cent Superfecta Glamorized was 4th, Ibis 5th. Superfecta 5142 netted $18.17. 50-cent pick 3, $24.15. 514 50-cent Trifecta, $25.90. 6-5 double, 2020 if I'm seeing right. And the dollar pick 4, $109 even. The early pick 5, 5 of 5, $436.75. Favorite first, all 9 ran, 111.16 after the running of race 5. The turf is our next port of call. Race 6 is 21 minutes away, and there are no changes in it. All 9 run in the turf. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, carryover. It's carryover time on the card. 10-cent Grand High 5. That's the Pentafecta wager. Featured for the first time today. We have a Pentafecta carryover that rolled over from Saturday's card for $7,017. That's the Pentafecta. Has a carryover going into the Distaff turf. Double pick 3, post time 4:55. And they're off. Ships In broke fast. Not so much so Holly Hetty. Holly Hetty awkwardly away and has drifted back to be a long-looking last. It Ships In. Rockets right into action for Mitchell Murrell. Ships In opens up an early advantage on the outside. Ibis is vying for second with Glamorized toward the rail. They're 2 clear from Rhapsody in Blues through into 4th. The newcomer, Lady America 5th, going past the half-mile pole. Shot at Perfection racing in 6th as they enter the far turn with the rail Magic Woman on the outside, Aunt Cheryl, and awkwardly starting, Holly Hetty trails the maiden filly sprint. The quarter was 22.44. Ships In. Ships In around the far turn coming toward the quarter pole. Glamorized right there with Ibis in the 3-path as they make their way toward the top of the stretch. Rhapsody in Blue, Magic Woman with the rail and then detached. Shot at Perfection straightens away in 6th. Lady America, Aunt Cheryl, and Holly Hetty has yet to pick up. It Ships In with Mitchell Murrell. Set sail for the final furlong. Half mile, 45.85 seconds. Ships In, staring at one more 16th. Has a 2-length buffer zone over a game Magic Woman, who's trying to narrow the margin. Rhapsody in Blue will be 3rd best with Mitchell Murrell. Ships In scores and holds Magic Woman. Rhapsody in Blue 3rd and Glamorize edged out Ibis for 4th. And the Raw.
We have a very special day of racing this Saturday. It is August 29th, and we're going to have an all-quarter horse card. Not only are we going to have an amazing early race day like we do normally, we're also going to have Miss Martha Clausen out here covering our races. Can't wait to have her back. And we're also going to have Mr. Superstar Los Ponies himself, good friend of mine, Jose Contreras, is going to be covering few of our races this Saturday as well. 10:45 a.m. we have the QHRAI Stallion Service Auction Futurity. That's why I get paid the big bucks right there, guys. I got to read that all the time. More than $500,000 in stakes. Purses are up for grabs on the day. Join us this Saturday for our all-quarter horse stakes day. Good luck.
Welcome back to Horseshoe Indianapolis, where we're 10 minutes away from race number 6, stepping back on that turf course for the second leg of the Horseshoe Hat Trick. We've got all those horizontal plays all underway. However, not all of them. Daily doubles, pick threes. We've got that carryover in the pentafecta as well, certainly. So take a look at this one because while I only went too deep in a pick 5, you can make an argument that there's plenty more runners in here, especially anytime they step on a good turf course. Good turf course certainly throws a wrench in plenty of things. A lot of horses don't necessarily take to it. Maybe some areas are a little bit running better for running room and whatnot. So this is a challenging event in here. You've got some horses coming in off of wins, maiden-breaking scores and whatnot. And then you've got some old veterans like this mare, a 6-year-old or 6-time winner with $225,000 in career earnings, has amassed nearly $250,000 in earnings. Manny Esquivel is going to be aboard, donning the silks of Two Brothers Stables, the Ontario bred, with those blinkers on, those red blinkers. And Fat Ball Guy hit it. Dan Cronin, he does a great job in his review and his analysis. And the time that he puts in, there was a ton of traffic trouble. If you had this horse at 3-1 last time out, you deserved better fate. There was anywhere they went. If they went left, it was wrong. If they went right, it was wrong. If they thought they had space, they did not have space. It was a disastrous journey, and they were certainly much the best. They don't always win by a ton. The last 2 wins were just by a measured half length. Manny Esquivel was aboard for both of those victories, though. That should be key. He won at 13-1 both times. So now you're going to have to settle for 5-2. That's a little bit pesky. The last 2 times, the good sign is Manny Esquivel has won 2 out of the last 3 races. He's been aboard with Bijou Baby. The bad news is you're going to have to settle for significantly lower price, 5-2 versus 13-1, what they paid the last couple of times. But off of that troubled trip, I think with a cleaner journey today, they're certainly in with a big chance. A horse for course, 6 wins overall, but 2 of them have come right here on the local oval. Currently co-favored with Violetta M, the Argentina bred for Paulo Lobel. 7-year-old mare was a win machine in her younger days. Boy, weren't we all. But overall, since shipping to the United States, she's found the water significantly deeper. Now, she was in some tough races. When she came over, she had a great record. I believe she's ran here, I don't know, about 8 times or so. She came with a 9-race winning career overseas in Argentina, in which she was about 9 for 22 or 9 for 20 at that time. Since then, she is winless since coming over here in August of last summer. So it's been about a year that she's been here. She's raced 8 times. She's hit the board a handful of times. She's picked up some paychecks along the way. They actually thought enough of her, even though she didn't show much at Santa Anita in a stakes race. They thought enough of her to run on Breeders' Cup Day in the Grade 3 Goldacova over at Del Mar. Now, she didn't produce any results. She showed some speed, tired late. She's kind of unique, and they've tried to go to the lead. They thought when they first got her that she was going to be a front runner. She wanted to set the pace and go to the lead and make every pole a winning one. Recently, they've reversed that course, tried to bring her from the back of the pack. Her best race was maybe last time out. She was the beaten favorite. She only lost by a head that day behind Asteria. But Evan Roman is going to be aboard. He's been aboard her the last 2 starts. 10th place finish in a tough, salty group earlier this spring, and then she got significantly better last time out, losing by a head with a much improved race. Any improvement today makes her a major player in here, and it looks like bettors would agree. 5-2 on the board, but she's going to have to do something she hasn't done since shipping overseas, and that is get one for Argentina in the USA. We'll see if she can put the goal in net at 5-2. The 2 is More Galati, Gerardo Corrales for Charles Fipke. Fipke homebred in here. Don't see those too often at Horseshoe Indianapolis. 4-year-old filly by More Than Ready. Goes out for Dallas Stewart. He's recently taken over the training duties. This is a horse who had primarily been sprinting. Now they're going to try 2 turns. They had this Kentucky bred over at Fort Erie for her success. She got the maiden breaking score going on the dirt at Fort Erie. Even though she was over there, she never was really bad. She hasn't taken a ton of action in her career. Maybe her lowest price was 4-1 October of last year at Fort Erie, going around 2 turns. So she has 2 turns tested. She hasn't ever tried further than 7 furlongs, which is somewhat of a concern in here. But the betting public seems to think that she's right in line, certainly in with a chance. I do believe under the guidance of Dallas Stewart for another couple of months and a second race out is going to produce some improved results. A horse who's been training consistently over at Churchill Downs as well. She's handled the turf. She's a neck away from winning on the turf. We'll see if that can change today with Corrales in the saddle. But the betting public is all over the 3 and 6 right now. You might want to take a look at some others in here. I do think there's a few that are going to take some action as we approach the starting gate, and we've got that Pentafecta. So don't just key in on the horse that you love. If you want to try and go a different direction than some of the others, maybe you take a look at a horse like Max down on the inside. Jim Corrigan, Santos Sanger, 3-year-old filly. Got 1 win going against winners for the first time, but that win did come on Indiana Derby Day. So we'll see how it shakes out. Once a private purchase from DJ Stables, moved back to the turf and went right to the winner's circle. We'll see if Two Hearts Farm can get Max home in here. Intriguing sort at 7-1. But you can see on your screen now we've got $7,000 carryover in that Pentafecta as Sanger getting the leg up on the potential upsetter. We'll see if the Argentina bred can get the USA money or if it's going to be Bijou Baby with Manny Esquivel on a much cleaner trip. But on the toes and on the muscle is More Galati. A lot of action still to come here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. A carryover in the Pentafecta. New pool handle just about equal with that carryover as they'll be on the turf before you know it. Get those wagers in now. Don't get shut out.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 6th race. Another on the turf course here, rated good. Turf rail at 36 feet. Here the distaff over the mile and a 16th. A field of 9. No changes, all 9 run. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Brian Aragoni noted a carryover here. That's the pentafecta. 10-cent grand high 5. Pentafecta carryover for $7,017 was the carryover going into the penta. This also features another rolling double and pick 3. 2 minutes to post time. It's 2 and 2. Crossing over to the turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Phillies Mares going down to the Miley 16th start. Course good rail of 36 feet. This one has the Pentafecta carryover over $7,000. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Santo Sandro with Max coming up. Max, first to move into the starting gate. Micah Meeks with Spun Up, joins Max.
I'm good, how are you?
Evan Roman with Violetta M. Gerardo Corrada has more Galalady. More Galalady went it well. Manny Escobar with Bijou Baby True 3. Jane Elliott Partners Wine Party loading up. Danny Sheehy with Mackenzie's Glory. Mackenzie's Glory went it well. Joe Ramos Spring Rights has taken her position. One more riding Prescott Moonlaw drew 9. With the Malin 16th. All in. And they're off. Starter Oscar Quiroz caught them in a real nice line out. More Galalady away well toward the inside for Gerardo Corrales. Here come early challenges from Violetta M. Right there is Spun Up, who's with these leaders, as is Moonlaw, as it's more Galalady who leads past the awning. In front of a close-up, Spun Up, and Violetta M is in the orange cap with Moonlaw, a wide fourth out to the stretch, 6 furlongs to run. In the meantime, saving ground is Bijou Baby in a red cap, and right there is Wine Party with her as these leaders go to the back of the course. Max holds the rail, but Kenzie's Glory is in between horses, and now 3 deep. Ring Rights has dropped back to 9th and last. 24.08 for the lead part, and they go up the back where Spun Up is making a bid now for Micah Meeks, and Spun Up has taken the top from More Galalady and the white cap for this run up the back of the course, a half mile to go. In the meantime, with Evan Roman, Violetta M is traveling well from third. Bijou Baby stays rooted to the rail at 36 feet. Wine Parties in the black and gold chevrons between horses. Moonlaw's out deep on the course. Max looking to gain from between horses there. Max is in behind horses as they enter the far turn in a tight spot. Then Ring Rights just relegated. Mackenzie's Glory to last. Half mile in 49.31 seconds. It's Spun Up. Coming toward the quarter pole. Leads More Galalady by 3 as these Phillies mares turn for home. Spun Up from More Galalady as they straighten away after 3/4 in 1 minute 14.05 seconds. Violetta M third every chance. Toward the inside is Bijou Baby. It's More Galalady trying to get even here with Spun Up, and she is. 1 furlong to go. More Galalady strikes the top from Spun Up. Then Bijou Baby. No late impact for Violetta M. Wine Party, and on the outside Moonlaw. They're close to home with Gerardo Corrales. More Galalady wins by 2. Wine Party gained second from Bijou Baby third, and then Moonlaw, and next across the finish was a Ring Right. $146.68 after the Phillies Mares turf. 2 More Galalady, 9-1 first. 146.68. Gerardo Corrales, Dallas Stewart, and the Charles Fipke white and gold silks. More Galalady gets the result. Wine Party with Bijou Baby. Moonlaw, Ring Rights. Violetta M, no extra. We trail back to Mackenzie's Glory and Max. So there it is. 2-7-3-9-8 gets into the frame. 2 More Galalady first, 7. Wine Party at 25-1 was second. 3 Bijou Baby 7-2 third. 9 Moonlaw 6-1 fourth, had a wide run. And 8 Ring Rights 10-1 for the Pentafecta that had a carryover going in. Hold on until official. Result official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, number 2, More Galilady with Gerardo Corrales. More Galilady is a 4-year-old chestnut filly by More Than Ready. Out of the Galileo mare, Galileo's Lady. More Galilady is trained by Dallas Stewart. There's Charles Fipke's homebred. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections at 9-1. More Galilady takes out the Phillies mare's turf. The 10-cent Pentafecta returned $4,116.75. Ring Rights was 5th. The 2-7 Exacta, $354. 50-cent Trifecta, $441.95. 5-2 double. That paid $51.40. More Galilady capped off a pick 3, $48.55. Moonlaw was 4th. Ring Rights 5th. In the Phillies mare's turf, all 9 ran. 146.68 after the running of race 6. 20 minutes away, the 7th of 9. And in the maiden juvenile Phillies dash, scratch 6 Fresh Air, 9 Rockaway Beach, and 13 Easy Loving. 14 Tough Act draws in. Scratch the 6, 9, and number 13. No rider changes. Number 7, Jay-Z's Not Again is 3 pounds over. And 8, Epic Fury, an ownership correction. Epic Fury is owned in partnership Carl Wilson. Part of the ownership of the first-time starter Epic Fury. It's not Mango Tree Racing. It's simply Carl Wilson. Part of that listed ownership for the 8 Epic Fury. Debuts for Brendan Walsh, who just won the Ellis Park training title at 17% wins. Post time for the maiden juvenile Phillies sprint. Fast track, 5:25. And they're off. Starter Oscar Quiroz caught them in a real nice line out. More Galilady away well toward the inside for Gerardo Corrales. Here come early challenges from Violetta M. Right there is Spun Up, who's with these leaders, as is Moonlaw, as it's More Galilady who leads past the awning. In front of a close-up, Spun Up, and Violetta M is in the orange cap with Moonlaw, a wide 4th out to the stretch, 6 furlongs to run. In the meantime, saving ground is Bijou Baby in a red cap, and right there is Wine Party with her as these leaders go to the back of the course. Max holds the rail, but Kenzie's Glory is in between horses, and out 3 deep. Ring Rights has dropped back to 9th and last. 24.08 for the lead part, and they go up the back where Spun Up is making a bid now for Micah Meeks, and Spun Up has taken the top from More Galilady and the white cap for this run up the back of the course, a half mile to go. In the meantime, with Evan Roman, Violetta M is traveling well from 3rd. Bijou Baby stays rooted to the rail at 36 feet. Wide Parties in the black and gold chevrons between horses. Moonlaw's out deep on the course. Max looking to gain from between horses there. Max is in behind horses as they enter the far turn in a tight spot. Then Ring Rights just relegated Mackenzie's Glory to last. Half mile in 49.31 seconds. It's Spun Up. Coming toward the quarter pole. Leads More Galilady by 3 as these fillies and mares turn for home. Spun Up from More Galilady as they straighten away after 3/4 in 1 minute 14.05 seconds. Violetta M 3rd every chance. Toward the inside is Bijou Baby. It's More Galilady trying to get even here with Spun Up, and she is. 1 furlong to go. More Galilady strikes the top from Spun Up. Then Bijou Baby. No late impact for Violetta M. Wine Party, and on the outside, Moonlaw. They're close to home with Gerardo Corrales. More Galilady wins by 2. Wine Party gains 2nd from Bijou Baby 3rd, and then Moonlaw.
More Galady with that pentafecta carryover. I was curious if anyone would hit it. They did. $4,000. Just over 4,100 actually for more Galady, $20 winner on top in the turf race. That I'm interested to see how that one comes back. Very visually unique in the way they went about that race, number 6. So we'll see how that race plays out. But let's move along to the 2-year-old fillies taking the main stage in here. Scratch 9, 6, 9, and 13. 6, 9, and 13 are out of this event. We've got some first-time starters mixed in with very limited horses with experience in here. But I'm going to go to a horse drawn towards the outside, and Squeedy. Mitch Merle having himself a day. He looks to continue that in here with the 2-year-old filly by Munnings, $45,000 stud fee. Buck Pond homebred in here. Not taking much action right now. 7-1. The morning line is fairly spot on at this point. A horse who's been training consistently over at Keeneland. I've liked the lone work that I was able to see. A horse was down on the inside. Other horse was being ridden and asked for more, and Sweaty was not really ever asked. Now, the mare, she was a perfect 1-for-1. She only went to the track one time, and it was a salty group. She went over at Keeneland 7 furlongs. I always think that's maybe the hardest challenging distance and track to debut. 7 furlongs, a very taxing distance, and over at Keeneland, you know you're running against some good foes in there, but Buck Pond got Beautifulness home, a winner. Not sure when win a miss after that, but she never made it back to the racetrack, and this is the first foal. Usually I go against first foals, but you've got an undefeated mare, first foal, and Eddie Keneally. He hasn't sent no junk to Horseshoe Indianapolis. The stuff he sent has been very good, especially with first-time starters. He sent over some good ones, and I expect this good-looking chestnut filly by Munnings to be just that, 7-1 on the board. Tough Act is going to have a tough draw in here. Not very often when you enter in a 2-year-old maiden race do you expect to get post position number 14. But when you're at Horseshoe Indianapolis and those entry boxes continue to fill up in the manner that they do April to November, you might get yourself post position number 14. Plenty of tracks around the country haven't even used this saddle all season long. We've used it repeatedly. In fact, we'll use it on a Monday afternoon with Tough Act for the old Mr. Humphrey. Vicky Oliver, Mario Gutierrez sees fit to bring his talents and services over for one lone start. A 2-year-old filly by Violence is out of Hindsight. In Hindsight, she won once on the racetrack as well as she won her second start over at Churchill Downs, much like the top selection actually won at the tough distance of 7 furlongs. She's produced one other full, Tis in Sight, who's actually pretty good. Tis in Sight was originally trained by Mark Casse, switched hands to Chris Hartman, was claimed away for $50,000, but overall is 6 for 14 in the exact and has banked over $200,000. In fact, Tis in Sight just ran second 5 days ago with Mitch Myrtle aboard. So it's possible he potentially had an opportunity to ride this one, but I doubt it. Vicky Oliver's been going with Mario Gutierrez consistently here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, winning at 17%. We'll see if Tough Act can run as good as she looks down here in the walking ring. But your inside runner, Tahaluf, for Andy McKeever, Edgar Morales, a guy, he raced here primarily my first season, and he won a ton of races, didn't always get bet. Here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, he'll make his 6th start today, or his 6th start this season, excuse me. He's got 3 third-place finishes. 2-year-old filly by Curlin. 5.5 furlongs isn't a distance I usually think synonymous with success when you are by Curlin, but you have to have a starting point. The mare was all turf, raced at Gulfstream and Saratoga, around 2 turns on the turf. Maybe that's the landing destination for this one. They're just getting a little bit of a base in here. Or maybe this one, is kind of similar to the sibling Ganas, who started the career 2 for 2 with a debut win here. Edgar Morales up, went off at 2-1 and won. Could it be the same with Tahaluf as Ganas? We'll find out. Andrew McKeever did train that one as well. Morales was in the saddle. And there's a lot of similarities in here. We'll see if the Curlin filly can go 5.5 furlongs. But a talented group. No, this is not in Kentucky. It's right here in Shelbyville. This is a very interesting race of 2-year-old fillies set to take the main stage on a beautiful Monday at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
The horses stepping onto the track now for race 7. Maiden Juvenile Filly Sprint over the 5.5 furlongs, a field of 11. Scratch 6, Fresh Air. 9, Rockaway Beach, and 13, Easy Loving. Scratch 6, 9, and the number 13. 7, Jay-Z's Not Again, plus 3 pounds. 8, Epic Furious Postward. Among the ownership, Carl Wilson. Disregard Mango Tree Racing. The ownership there, just Carl Wilson, part of the added ownership of the newcomer 8, Epic Fury. It's not Mango Tree Racing. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. No pentafecta carryover here. Double pick 3, 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute away from post time for the Maiden Juvenile Filly Sprint. Less than a minute, the horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Here's a newcomer, the Haluf. Agarellas for Andrew McKeever. The Shadwell newcomer went in well to Haluf. Daniel Gracelas Ravi, twice started Jay-Z's Not Again, has joined to Haluf. Martin Garcia with My Pal Al. Danny Sheehy partners Epic Fury. Has taken her position within the starting gate well, Epic Fury. Fernando de la Cruz with Prank at Dawn. Prank at Dawn drew 3. Now Ali May would be a double for Gerardo Corrales loading up. Alberto Burgos, Late Night Date, like Epic Fury, both for Brendan Walsh. Squenty, Mitchell Murrell has a couple of wins on the card. Total Munnings here, Squetty. Sharply, Amir Mendoza's on the Monday score sheet. 39-1 on Sharply for the lead leading trainer, Gennaro Garcia. At 5.5 furlongs, Fast Track, just a couple of them back. Alex Ashar, Maroon Tide. Right now, My Pal Al, 5-2. Out to 3-1 on My Pal Al, the favorite. And one more, Mario Gutierrez with Tough Act. One of the 10 first-time starters. At 5.5 furlongs, Fast Track, 11 run. They're in the gate. And they're off sharply. Away sharply. From Jay-Z's Not Again toward the inside, My Pal Al in the red cap, and the Shadwell newcomer to Haluf right there, holding the position with the rail, going past the half-mile pole. Here come bids by Epic Fury, and right with her is Maroon Tide. They're well grouped as they make the way into the far turn. Squetty is about midfield, some 7 off the speed, followed out wide by Tough Act as they round the far turn, 3 furlongs to go. Break at Dawn in the purple cap with the rail for the back to Late Night Date. Ali May is the one that's been beaten for pace. The quarter 22.85 seconds. Sharply and My Pal Al just leads toward the inside for Martin Garcia as these maiden juvenile fillies come past the quarter pole. Sharply and My Pal Al. Right there is Tahaluf, who's been switched to the 3-path, and Tahaluf is coming with a hard charge now for Edgar Morales with 1 furlong to go. And here's the Shadwell newcomer. It's Tahaluf, who's up to the top, just edges left under pressure. Right there, My Pal Al toward the inside, dropping back sharply from her early efforts. They're close to home, and here's the daughter of Curlin. Tahaluf debuts on top by 4 for My Pal Al. Prank at Dawn was 3rd, Jay-Z's Not Again 4th, and Epic Fury finished back in 5th. .106.53 after the maiden juvenile filly sprint. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. There's 1 to Haluf. 6-1 first over the other newcomer, 2 My Pal Al second. 10 of the 11 debuted. 3 Prank at Dawn, 4-1 third. 7 Jay-Z's Not Again. 39-1. That was her 3rd career run. She's 4th. 10-1 8. Epic Fury 5th. Sharply showed speed but back in 6th. Squenty 7th with Tough Act 8th. Late Night Date was 9th. We trailed back to Maroon Tide there with Ali May. So 11 ran. There were 10 newcomers. And the first-time starters go 1, 2, 3. There's the Shadwell newcomer, Tahaluf. Edgar Morales, Andrew McKeever. It's Tahaluf at 6-1. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 1, Tahaluf with Edgar Morales. Tahaluf is a 2-year-old chestnut filly by Curlin. Out of a Tappet mare, Andrew McKeever trains the Shadwell newcomer, bred in Kentucky by Shadwell Farm. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Tahaluf. Pentafecta carryover. Onto the turf mile it goes. $1,531 for a 10-cent Grand High 5 Pentafecta carryover. That's on to the 8th race turf mile at $556. 1-2 exacta 63.20. The pick 3 capped off by Tahaluf. 50-cent pick 3 on races 5, 6, and 7. 5-2, 182.40. 50-cent trifecta. 1, 2, 3. Newcomers all. $61.75. 2-1 double P, 201.20. 10-cent superfecta, $194.12. 3 times started. Jay-Z's Not Again getting into the frame for 4th. Nobody had the 5th. Pentafecta carryover. So race 8 in the turf mile. Scratch the 8, Jay-Z's Last Chance. 8, Jay-Z's Last Chance has been scratched. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. We start our final double of the day. And that 10-cent Pentafecta carryover of $1,531. 20 minutes away from the turf mile. 11 run, they're in the gate. And they're off sharply, away sharply. From Jay-Z's Not Again toward the inside, My Pal Al in the red cap, and the Shadwell newcomer Tahaluf right there, holding the position with the rail, going past the half-mile pole. Here come bids by Epic Fury, and right with her is Maroon Tide. They're well grouped as they make the way into the far turn. Squetty is about midfield, some 7 off the speed, followed out wide by Tough Act as they round the far turn, 3 furlongs to go. Break at Dawn in the purple cap with the rail for the back to late night date. Allie Mae is the one that's been beaten for pace. The quarter 22.85 seconds. Sharply and My Pal Al just leads toward the inside for Martin Garcia as these maiden juvenile fillies come past the quarter pole. Sharply and My Pal Al. Right there is Tahaluf, who's been switched to the 3-path, and Tahaluf is coming with a hard charge now for Edgar Morales with 1 furlong to go. And here's the Shadwell newcomer. It's Tahaluf, who's up to the top, just edges left under pressure. Right there, My Pal Al toward the inside, dropping back sharply from her early efforts. They're close to home, and here's the daughter of Curlin. Tahaluf debuts on top by 4 for My Pal Al. Prank at Dawn was 3rd. Jay-Z's Not Again 4th. 11.
Race 8 at Horseshoe Indianapolis today. The pace type favors frontrunners, which means horses with strong early speed are likely to perform well. Here are some picks based on the race dynamics. Number 6, Storm Bay, with the highest early pace rating of 94. Storm Bay is favored in this frontrunner race. She is dropping down in class and flashed some speed on grass last time out. Number 7, Lady Blake, another top contender with an early pace rating of 93. Apprentice rider Micah Meeks is aboard for James Baker. She's been running at Churchill and most recently Colonial. She's dropped down in class and should find this race much more to her liking. Number 10, West Maple birthday boy Mitchell Merle is in the irons and looking for another win on today's card. This filly offers solid early speed with a rating of 81. Good luck with the contest here at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
The horses call postward now for race 8. Here a distaff turf mile, a field of 9. 8 Jay-Z's Last Chance has been scratched. The 8's a non-runner. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Final double of the day, carryover. Carryover here in the 10-cent grand high 5. That's the pentafecta. $1,531 for a pentafecta carryover. Noting in the 9th, that's a quarter horse dash over the 330 yards on a fast track. To close out the card, scratch 3, Run Don't Walk. Number 3, Run Don't Walk has been scratched. 1, Shining Path, the jockey, to the meets leading quarter horse rider. Eduardo Luna Diaz leads the quarter horse jockeys with 20 wins here this season and will ride 1, Shining Path, in the quarter horse closer. Here for the Phillies Mares Turf, over the mile. Course good, rail at 36 feet. 2 minutes to post time. For a final time today, crossing over to the turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Quarter horse closer on a fast track here over the mile. Once again, there is a carryover here on the Phillies Mares Turf Mile. Pentafecta, $1,531 arriving. At the gate, it is now post time. They're going in. Santos Sanjor lead the way, was first. Now don't look back. Amir Mendoza's on the Monday score sheet. 29 wins here this season. Lead the way. Don't look back has joined lead the way. Irving Moncada with Choate takes her position here for the mile. Course good. Around 36 feet. William Anton Georgie III with Storm Bay drew 6. Sarah Bermudez up comes Shanna Del Mar. Shanna Del Mar has moved in. Micah Meeks with Lady Blake. Here she comes into the frame. Joe Ramos with Super Stormy. Alex Ashar, Parking Lot Pours. Course good, around 36 feet. It's the final thoroughbred one of the day, and one more. West Maple, Mitchell Murrell. A couple of birthday wins on the card. They're in the gate. They're off to an even start. And here's Storm Bay, who strikes out toward the front in company with Lady Blake, who's right there with Storm Bay, who leads out for William Anton Georgie III from Lady Blake, and West Maple is also close in the blue cap with a pom-pom. Then toward the inside, lead the way is fourth out to the stretch from Parking Lot Pours, and in between them is Shanna Del Mar. They have 6 furlongs to go. Choate is saving ground from Don't Look Back, and Super Stormy has drifted back to last. It's Storm Bay. So Storm Bay leads the way through a quarter in 24.30 seconds. West Maple takes up the pursuit with toward the inside Lady Blake, who stays rooted to the rail, running in third. Alex Ashar and Parking Lot Pours gallops along in fourth place. Chanel Del Mar running fifth here in the turf mile. They have 4 furlongs to go, and Storm Bay remains in charge of the pace. With Lead the Way starting to make progress. Don't Look Back is right with her. On the far outside, Super Stormy. Storm Bay leads them to the far side of the Caesars course, and Lead the Way check back off of heels. Lead the Way check back to last as Choate improves her position. Half mile 49.18. It's Storm Bay. It's been smooth sailing here. Storm Bay leads them toward the quarter pole as West Maple is drawing a beat on Storm Bay as these Phillies mares come toward the top of the stretch. West Maple sweeping now after Storm Bay. Right there is Lady Blake spying a gap. Chanel Del Mar, Parking Lot Pours straightened away in fifth. Super Stormy on the far outside. It's Storm Bay. 3/4, 1 minute 14.51 seconds. Storm Bay with dogged determination. West Maple is second. Storm Bay past the 16th. Lady Blake comes charging up on the outside for Micah Meeks, and Lady Blake takes Storm Bay near home. Lady Blake gets the result from Storm Bay. Shanna Del Mar finished third, West Maple fourth, and then Parking Lot Pours and Choate after that. $141.13 after the Phillies Mares Turf Mile. 141.13. 7. The 6 was second and standby for the third, fourth. We had a carryover for the Pentafecta waiting on the fifth. Well, there's Micah Meeks. Lady Blake, Motown filly, here for Jim Baker and OSB Stables. Her last run was at Colonial Downs. Lady Blake has beaten home Storm Bay, who led them a long way. Chanel Del Mar, West Maple loomed, but was fourth best. After the turf mile, Parking Lot Pours, Choate. Don't Look Back was next in the Phillies Mares Turf. We trailed back to lead the way with some traffic, just over 3 furlongs from home. So it's 7-6. It's gone to Lady Blake at 3-1. Number 3, Chanel Del Mar was third, 10, West Maple fourth, and 9, Parking Lot Pours for the Pentafecta. There it is now, 7-6, 3-10-9 in frame. Race 8 official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 7, Lady Blake with Micah Meeks. Lady Blake is a 4-year-old dark bay brown filly by Motown. And Lady Divine by Divine Park. Jim Baker trains for OSB Stables LLC of Owen Blicksilver. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Lady Blake. Takes out the Fillies Mares Turf. 3-1 winner. 7-6 exacta for $33.20. $5 last call thoroughbred double 17248.50. The 10-cent superfecta $59.80. Pick 3 264.20. 50-cent trifecta 763 $47.05. The $1 ride Toba late pick 40 $1,184.90. West Maple fourth. 10-cent superfecta $59.80. Pentafecta $963.37. Parking lot pours was fifth. And the 50-cent late fire 5 out of 5 for $2,264. 141.13 and 9 of them ran. One more. 16 minutes away from a quarter horse closer over the 3:30. Fast track, no wind. Scratch the blue 3. Run, don't walk. Has been scratched. One shining path, the jockey. To the quarter horse speed leader, Eduardo Luna Diaz, 20 wins here this season. Leading quarter horse jockey at the meet, Eduardo Luna Diaz. Rides 1 shining path. Overweights, 2 plus 5, 6 plus 2. The 7 Cowgirl Beach, 2 pounds over the program weight. And the 8 Candy Deg, plus 5 pounds. Scratch the number 3. Exacta trifecta superfecta and the quarter horse pentafecta featured. 330 yards. Fast track. Post time 6:21. They're off to an even start. And here's Storm Bay, who strikes out toward the front in company with Lady Blake, who's right there with Storm Bay, who leads out for William Anton Georgie III from Lady Blake, and West Maple is also close in the blue cap with a pom-pom. Then toward the inside, lead the way is fourth out to the stretch from Parking Lot Pours, and in between them is Shanna Del Mar. They have 6 furlongs to go. Showed his saving ground from Don't Look Back, and Super Stormy has drifted back to last. It's Storm Bay. So Storm Bay leads the way through a quarter and 24.30 seconds. West Maple takes up the pursuit with toward the inside Lady Blake, who stays rooted to the rail, running in third. Alex Ashar and Parking Lot Pours gallops along in fourth place. Chanel Del Mar running fifth here in the turf mile. They have 4 furlongs to go, and Storm Bay remains in charge of the pace. With Lead the Way starting to make progress, Don't Look Back is right with her. On the far outside, Super Stormy. Storm Bay leads them to the far side of the Caesars course, and Lead the Way check back off of heels. Lead the Way check back to last as Choate improves her position. Half mile 49.18. It's Storm Bay. It's been smooth sailing here. Storm Bay leads them toward the quarter pole as West Maple is drawing a beat on Storm Bay as these Fillies mares come toward the top of the stretch. West Maple sweeping now after Storm Bay. Right there is Lady Blake spying a gap. Chanel Del Mar, Parking Lot Pours straightened away in fifth. Super Stormy on the far outside. It's Storm Bay. 3/4, 1 minute 14.51 seconds. Storm Bay with dogged determination. West Maple is second. Storm Bay past the 16th. Lady Blake comes charging up on the outside for Micah Meeks, and Lady Blake takes Storm Bay near home. Lady Blake gets the result from Storm Bay. Shanna Del Mar finished third. West Maple fourth. There was a claim from the Fillies Mares Turf Mile on number 5, Don't Look Back. $12,500 claim. Don't Look Back over to new owner Ramon Recci. Trainer Rogelio Vabra claimed Don't Look Back for $12,500.
Well, what an absolutely gorgeous day at Horseshoe Indianapolis Monday. Couldn't ask for better weather and a nicer group of horses running so far in the card. But we've got a really nice finale today. 18,000 quarter horse allowance for 3-year-olds and up who have never won 2 races. I love these races because you get a chance to see somebody in their glory and maybe they step down a bit. But what's going to bring them back to the winner's circle? We're going to find out. All right, the distance is 330 yards. We only have 1 scratch so far, and that's number 3, Run, Don't Walk. So let's go right to the paddock, and I'll begin with number 2, Midnight Cowboy, 1, 2, 3. It exits an impressive maiden-breaking score here on July 18th for leading conditioner Tim Eggleston. Owned by Raymond Whitmire, this is a 3-year-old gelding by obviously a hugely successful stallion for the last couple of years, and that's Flying Cowboy 1, 2, 3. Competed at Los Alamitos and Remington Park, but I'm not worried about this type of horse with these connections moving up from maiden to the allowance level. No worries whatsoever. And of course, Rolando Pena, who is such an important part. He's not just a rider, he's a very important part of the Eggleston team, and he'll be in the saddle. All right, let's go next to number 7, and that's Cowgirl Beach. 3-year-old filly, also sired by Flying Cowboy, 1, 2, 3. He's going to make her 10th start for conditioner Jesse Vasquez and her husband, jockey Giovanni Vasquez Gomez. I think he had a birthday last weekend, so very happy birthday, many happy returns to you, Jesse, and your beautiful children. Now, this filly exits a 4th place finish at a 110-yard race that we held recently, and you know how that is, those super sprints. It's really not for everybody, but it was probably a nice tune-up for her. I think today's distance is a little better suited to her running style, and of course, Jessie won 2 races last week, had a close second as well. She's barn is going very, very well for Jessie. All right, how about number 5, and that's JF Requesting a Flyby. Love that name. One of 2 trainees from the barn of Mallory Norton. We've talked about her. She came up, hadn't really seen too much of her in the past couple of years, but she's been at Remington Park, brought a string of nice horses here, and she's had a couple wins already. This gelding is bred by the highly regarded Jumonville Farms, Louisiana bred, and Jumonville Farms in Louisiana really is one of the top breeders. Sire is You Drive, I Fly, who was the winner of the LQHBA $1 million futurity. So obviously some good breeding for this gelding. Going to be ridden by Grade 1 winning jockey Jimmy Brooks. It's kind of cool to see him, and I think we'll see him this weekend for our all quarter horse day. He's a veteran who has established so many records in his career at Remington Park and other tracks. So it's going to be a good mount for Jimmy, and of course Mallory doing so well here. We'll round up my top 4 with number 9, and that's BP Electric Cowboy, who's making his Horseshoe Indy debut for trainer Sacramento Chavez. He competed when he was in the barn of D. Keener down at Oklahoma City at Remington Park. Certainly looks like he's good. Even though he's got the cowboy in his name, he's not a Flying Cowboy 1, 2, 3. He's sired by Favorite Cartel. Has not run in since May 29th. That might be the only knock, but he could fire fresh. Worth a long look, in my opinion. 2759 for my top 4. But Saturday, our Pentafecta rewarded players with a $529 mutual. So if you're interested in spending a couple dollars, putting one more horse into your plays, I would consider the other Mallory Norton horse, and that's number 1, Shining Path, bred in California. Definitely could make an impact with Eduardo Diaz in the iron, subbing for Cordelier Ben. All right, so that's it for me. Good luck to everybody. We'll see you back Tuesday, and don't forget, 10:45 Saturday, our 5th all-quarter horse day at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
For a final time here at Horseshoe Indianapolis today, paddock judge Brandy Bell with a call for riders up. The horses call postword for the ninth race, capping off the card with this quarter horse closer. Over the 330 yards, a field of 8. Scratch the blue 3. Run, don't walk. The 3 has been scratched. 1 Shining Path. That's the quarter horse meet leading jockey, Eduardo Luna Diaz. Picks up the call on 1 Shining Path, Eduardo Luna Diaz. Overweights, 2 Midnight Cowboy, 1, 2, 3 plus 5. 6 API, that dove is 2 pounds over the program weight. 7 Cowgirl Beach plus 2 pounds. And the 8 Candied Egg make it 5 extra. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, and here the quarter horse Pentafecta featured. Fast Track, there's no win tonight, and it's due off soon. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Shining Path uses a flipping halter. Picks up the meet's leading quarter horse jockey, Eduardo Luna Diaz, with 20 quarter horse wins here this season on Shining Path. API, that dove. Cowgirl Beach has taken her position in the starting gate. Midnight Cowboy 1, 2, 3, Rolanda Pena. The meet's leading quarter horse trainer, Tim Eggleston. Midnight Cowboy 1, 2, 3 drew 2. Jess, a favorite, uses a flipping halter. BP Electric Cowboy to that outside gate. 2 back. Jimmy Brooks with JF requesting a flyby. 1 more. Danny Martinez with Candied Egg for Tony Cunningham. Tuesday post time, 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Fast track here for the finale. No wind. It's a beautiful summer day to wrap up the card. Here for the 330 yards. Stand by. Up comes Candied Egg. All in line. Ready. Off in the Monday finale. Midnight Cowboy rockets away for Rolando Pena. Midnight Cowboy 1, 2, 3. Quickly engaged by Shining Path toward the inside. 110 yards to go. On the outside, Outlaw Woman looks to Cowgirl Beach, tries to join at the finish. And it is J.A. requesting a flyby and Jimmy Brooks who's come away. J.A. requesting a flyby from Cowgirl Beach and AP I'm That Dove after the 330 yards. Number 5, JF requesting a flyby. 8-1 first. Stand by for the remaining order after the 330 yards. Jimmy Brooks. Here for Mallory Norton. JF requesting a flyby. Full throttle at 8-1. The judges have posted number 7, Cowgirl Beach second, 6, AP I'm That Dove third, 5, 7, 6. 2, Midnight Cowboy, 1, 2, 3, fourth after a sharp start. And the 4, Jessa favorite getting into the frame for the quarter horse pentafecta, Jimmy Brooks. Winner here to close out Monday's card with JF requesting a flyby. Stand by for the final time for the 330 yards. Fast track, and there was no wind for the finale. 16.920 seconds clocked. JF requesting a flyby. 16.920 seconds. Result official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle, number 5, JF requesting a flyby. And Jimmy Brooks on the score sheet here at the shoe. JF requesting a flyby is a 3-year-old bay gelding by You Drive, I Fly. Out of My Louisiana Lady by Future Mr. Jess. Mallory Norton trains for Edwards Equine of Eric Edwards. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of JF requesting a flyby. 16.920 fast track, and there was no wind. Final results in 5-7 Exactipate 76.40. The 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta, Jess a favorite, ran 5th. 5-7-6-2-4, $1,477.16. Pick 3 capped off by JF requesting a flyby. paid $207.35. Trifecta $341.60. 7-5 late double $94 and the 10-cent superfecta $525.69. Midnight Cowboy 1-2-3 ran fourth, and Jessa Favorite was fifth. Fast Track no win to the 330 in 16.920 seconds. Now that concludes our live racing program for today. We thank all that joined us here on track, and cheers to all who tuned in. Bill Hirschman picking up the $100. This was the first week of the Dooley's Legends contest every Monday through the finale here on November the 9th. Playing online with us today at horseshoeindycontest@gmail.com. Bill Hirschman picking up the $100 top prize in today's edition, the first of the season edition of Dooley's Legends. Live racing resumes tomorrow. Post time will be at 2:10 p.m. here in town. Until then, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure today from the broadcast booth. Track announcer John G. Dooley for now saying good night. Off in the Monday finale, Midnight Cowboy rockets away for Rolando Pena. Midnight Cowboy 1-2-3, quickly engaged by Shining Path toward the inside. 110 yards to go. On the outside, Outlaw Woman looks to Cowgirl Beach, tries to join at the finish, and it is J.A. requesting a flyby, and Jimmy Brooks who's come away. J.A. requesting a flyby. Off in the Monday.